Alright, hello there. I am going to continue working on drawing that I started last time, which is Akroma, Angel of Fury, and I'm going to try something here, see how this works. I have some music to play in the background. Let me know if it is too loud, or if you can hear it at all. Either way. To go review here, I've got the source on the side there, but this is what I'm trying to draw from. It's Therese Nielsen's art for Akroma, Angel of Fury. I'm just trying to kind of test my skills and see how well we can handle this. And should be fun. Probably turn that down a bit. That's probably a bit loud. So last time when I was drawing here, I ended up sketching out pretty much all of the shapes that I wanted. Some things are still going to change. This hand is fine, it'll probably get some more work. The hair is a little kind of just impressioned right now. And the sword still needs some work, but I did make sure that I had a ruler available for that this time, so we will be fixing that up. And you know what, we might as well start there. Alright. So I wasn't too worried about where the sword was last time because I'm just trying to get things into the right spots. So I wasn't too worried whether or not it was actually straight and all of that. So let's try again to make this a little bit better. And we'll actually use the ruler to kind of try to do that. So, since even on the source, which I'll switch to here, the sword goes off the frame, I'm not too worried about the fact that I won't be getting the point there. But we kind of want to guess as to where it would be. And I think somewhere probably like around here is probably about where it would be. So it's kind of like that. Okay, I think that's a little better. Set that over there. So I think that looks better, and we'll work with that as our guideline for now. Can always change it later. I've smudged this a lot, having just gone over it. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time kind of erasing stuff and just cleaning up a little bit. I am unfortunately a lot messier than would probably be ideal for working in pencil. I think this sword might need to redo it. Yeah, you're not wrong. I think primarily I need to redo this edge. I think I ended up putting this one closer to the I think I put that too close to the center. Something maybe a little more like that. Let's change that one a little bit too. So this shouldn't be quite so straight on as it is. So you changed from last time I got my eraser here. So a little bit better than using this one, and this one's gonna go away eventually, so try to save it while I can. So I'm going to take this a little further out than it was, I think. Maybe something kind of like that. Because we do want this sword to a little bit more of a point down, and it is pretty thick. What do you think about that? Is that a little better? I think that's a little closer. Unfortunately, that's where the light kind of glares, but I think that that's better. Yeah. Let's stick with that. And yes, I know that there is a card that is this sword, though the red one here is a little different. I did still consider that card as far as kind of setting up this sword goes. That's why I have this hilt shape here that you can't actually see, because I know that it is there on the original sword. So I think, unfortunately, I may have to redo this armor piece here. I say unfortunately because it's I don't think it looks that bad right now, but it's definitely not, it's not the right size. So we're gonna have to redo that. Yeah, well, this will save my mechanical pencil eraser. It's kind of crap too. Let's see if I can't find something better for next time. I think this might be fine for kind of like I was doing on Archangel of Thune, where I was actually doing details with the eraser or getting into some better spots. When it's something like this, where I'm trying to erase kind of a whole section, it's not really doing that good a job. Somewhere around here I've got like the needed artist eraser, though I think for stuff like this what I'd really be looking for honestly is just kind of one of those big block erasers, just to get rid of the lines more, because I can still see this pretty well. Try this. I grabbed this too because just having more erasers seemed good, and I knew that this one was going to be a little harder than the extendable one that I have there. That's a little better. Maybe I'll just keep using that. So, let's take a look at this armor again and see if I can't figure out the right size to draw it. This will only be the third time I've drawn it, so not too bad. We'll see. I would not be surprised if I end up drawing it a fourth time. So, I've got my reference up here, which I'll now actually have to start looking at as I try to draw things instead of erase them. This armor is definitely going to be something that's going to give me trouble as we go along here. Something kind of like this. That kind of shape in there. There's all this fancy stuff going on here. Actually does something kind of like this. I'm just sketching it out there because if it's the wrong size, I'd like to just not get too far into it before I have to erase everything. Alright. So look back at the source here. I don't know. That might be about right. I think I need to redo this side a little bit. Grab our other eraser here. Let's try that one again. Alright. I think that's a little better. Yeah, that looks a little better, I think. I think that'll work. And I do have the ability to look at Twitch chat here. If you guys want to say anything, I can respond. It's a little difficult for me to type, but if you type in the chat there, I can respond by talking to you. And yes, Kyle, I can respond just as well to AIM as the Twitch chat, but it looks less crazy if other people can see what you're saying. So now that we have this size, right, let's try to get some of the details of this armor in. Alright. So the armor. Which, drawing all these details involves me erasing everything that I've already put on, basically. Which is fine. I have not yet destroyed the paper by erasing it 1,000 times, so still good there. So this is a little ring that sits there. There is no symmetry to all of this bizarre kind of gold filigree stuff. It's just kind of everywhere. So that'll be fun when we get to actually trying to do that and figure out what I want to do there. This armor presents an interesting kind of situation in which the best way to actually draw it, since so many of the pieces kind of flow from one another, is to actually draw the spaces that are not armor and highlight and outline those, because then everything to the sides of it will be the armor. So there are some lines built into the armor that we can draw. Hi there, I'm glad you figured out how to work the chat. If you have any questions or comments, go ahead and put them in there, and I can respond obviously by talking. There's a slight delay, so you're seeing things that I did about 15 seconds ago, but it works well enough. Kyle, you're getting pressure from the chat to actually type in chat. Not that it would really help on the replay, unfortunately, because you won't be able to see the chat on replay. But it still makes me look a little bit less crazy while I'm actually streaming. So this is the second drawing I've done where there's a bunch of detailed armor pieces that I realize as we're going along that I have no real ability to render correctly. So, you know, making mistakes, learning from them. Maybe the next thing I draw should not have so much armor. At least this is a lot more stylized, I want to say, than Archangel of Thune. And there's less of it, which is nice. It's not, you know, an entire thing of scales that I need to draw, that I didn't end up really drawing. So maybe we learned a little bit, just not enough to have been smart enough to pick something without armor still. Though I guess if I were to continue to pick things that had lots of armor on it and different styles of armor, that I would eventually get good enough at drawing it that it wouldn't be an issue anymore. So that's an option. And somehow I feel like I got lost on this. I suppose my method of, draw the pieces that are not the armor does not work if I don't put them in the right spot and can't connect them. This isn't too bad, but we're going to need to redo this part. I think that's mostly fine. This is mostly fine. But we need to do a little bit of redoing on this part here. And we're probably going to redo it several times. Let's just start over on that side. Working from the middle. This, of course, while it has less direct, well, direct doesn't really make sense in that context, it has less detail overall than the armor on Archangel of Thune. So much of it is just kind of random and kind of organically shaped, because you have a lot of it here where it's kind of modeled after Flame, which again fits very nicely for this card, but does not make for an easy rendition. What we might do at the end here is just come back on this kind of stuff, and rather than trying to faithfully reproduce it, kind of reinterpret it and just go, well, it's supposed to invoke, fire, so draw that on our own and kind of go from there. I'm still going to try to hit the major points. I did not intend to make a pun as I drew the point of that armor, but I am going to try to hit the major points of the armor such that you can recognize what's kind of going on there. So that, you know, if you look at it, you're not immediately going to notice that it's different. Whereas I feel like a lot of the small details, like how this stuff kind of wraps around, can be played around with a lot without it really being noticeable unless you're really putting it under close scrutiny. The idea here is I'd like to make this good enough that somebody who's familiar with the card and the art would look at it and go, oh, you know, that's the From the Vault printing of Red Akroma. So that you would not need to be told what it is. That's kind of the ideal scenario here. That's what I'm working towards. And I think I did a pretty alright job on Archangel of Thin. I feel like if you know that card, you would look at that and you would go, oh, I know that. That's Archangel of Thin. It's clearly not perfect, but you would be able to recognize it. Yeah, drawing the actual pieces of armor is going much better for me. It's much easier for me to keep track of. Maybe someday I will be good enough to go, well, if I want to draw this armor, I will draw what is not the armor. Which I think that's some sort of old expressions, mainly sculpture, I believe, where it's, it's in order to produce this amazing work of art, I got rid of everything that was not that. And I can't remember the exact work of art that it's referencing or who said it or anything like that. And I'm not exactly working in a negative medium like sculpture, where you literally are, in order to produce something, getting rid of everything around whatever the thing it is that you're trying to create. In this case, I'm drawing, so I am adding additive media or something along those lines. So the phrase doesn't really apply here. I feel like I'm probably pressing down too hard on this, and it is noticeably darker than the rest of the drawing, which would indicate that I most certainly am pressing down too hard on this. Part of that is just, different days I'm going to have a different sort of hand towards it because I'm not terribly practiced yet. And there's also that the more that I work in a section, the harder it is for me to actually see what I'm drawing, because there's so many times now that I've erased and redrawn here that it's a little difficult to see the lines if I make them too light. And as a result, I end up pushing down really hard, which only makes the problem worse if I need to go back again. So I really kind of need to be careful, I guess, as I'm going along to make sure that I'm not pressing too hard, because the more that I mess up, the more that that's going to become an issue. See if I can just clean up a little here. Something kind of like that. It's not going too poorly there. This part, at least, is somewhat symmetrical. So I'm making the same kind of shapes here. Yeah, I'm kind of missing a point there. So since we are creating essentially the same shapes, let's go ahead and make sure that they're a little bit more even. Alright, that's not going too poorly. And we have this kind of silver or white stuff around it. I still have not quite decided what material that would be, because like this stuff that I've already drawn is out of some sort of gold. I don't know what this is, and I mean, lore-wise, Akroma is literally created from an artist, so it's not necessarily anything in particular. And I could be wrong, and Kyle, you would be the one to tell me, I'm sure. Of course, this is an alternate colored version of Akroma from, you know, What If Instead set, so this one didn't actually have any lore directly. But from the actual Akroma lore, I remember that it was Ixidor who was able to turn his artwork into reality, I believe. He was that type of character. And that Akroma was modeled after somebody. Having not actually read the story, it's a little difficult for me to remember. But I liked Akroma enough to remember that much. I'm sort of just making squiggles in here right now to kind of remind me that there are details in there and that we will need to get to them. Okay. I think that's looking about right. I think that's good. And just a couple little points here where I have intersecting lines where there really shouldn't be any. And half this is going to go away when I go to shade it anyway, so the utility of actually going back and erasing those lines right now is questionable at best. But I do not claim to really know what I'm doing as far as this process goes. This is another one of those drawings where I started off and I was like, oh yeah, you know, this won't be too bad. There's details here that I can play with and kind of learn from, but you know, overall this isn't too bad. And now as I'm like really getting into it and looking at the details, I realize just how much little detail there is in this. Like all of these armor pieces are so not symmetrical. Because if it was symmetrical, if it was, you know, formulaic, you'd be like, okay, well, you know, you're gonna, even with Archangel of Thune, where it's like, okay, these are scales, so they are all diamond shaped and about this size, and you can kind of, you know, work that out and make that work. This is like, there's this gold filigree stuff, and it kind of does shapes. And it's actually proving to be difficult to draw because there's no real pattern to it. And it all varies so much everywhere it is. So if for some reason you are keeping a list of mistakes that I have made in getting into this drawing, which would be a rapidly growing and not a very good list to keep, you could add that to the list. So let's go ahead and do a little cleanup here first, and just go right into getting rid of this little sketchy shape that I put there as a sort of placeholder, because I wanted to have something there to indicate the approximate size of this this kind of fiery stuff around the center of the sword, which is the primary light source of this piece. And I'd put a little star there previously, like, hey, this is where the light comes from, when I was talking about it. It's since been erased. But it definitely... We'll switch back to the source here just a second. Like, that is the light source of this drawing. There's more light going on, but it's definitely centered from there. And I'm excited to try to get to do those points of light that are coming out of it. That's not going to be something I'm going to be able to do, though, until the very end, I think. So that's something to look forward to, at least. But right now we're going to try to do something with this hilt area up here so that we can mess that up and erase it a bunch of times, and you know, kind of do the same thing that we did with the armor, is play with it until I like the way it looks. Yeah. So a couple things here. You do see like just this much of that. So I'll darken that up again. Which really what I should be doing is just erasing this entirely. And I say entirely, but it's not really entirely, which is part of the issue. And then sketch that in a little lighter. And there's kind of two different things going on here. So we have this kind of vague, and I've got a little drawing tool here, we've got this sort of vague stuff here. But then there's also this, which is actually pretty detailed. Like those are a little more clear. So I might try to do a little bit of a better job drawing those and getting those to where they should be. Not that any of them are particularly useful in the way of actual swords would be. Like this little guy that I just drew is kind of fine, because your hand could still slide basically to the top there. But it's not the only one. There's all these little guys spinning around here. And I mean, we're now talking about the realistic properties of a fake sword that is held by an angel, who herself is a created being that kind of, defies some reality herself. So as far as that goes, it's not really a strong argument. There's not a whole lot to really argue well. Hi there. Arting goes decently. We're getting there. We'll see if we finish it tonight, or how long I stream tonight. But it's going along pretty well. Thank you for asking. Do you have any questions while you're here? Alright. Well, I appreciate you stopping in to take a look. So I think that's pretty good for that stuff there. Not extremely sure what to really call that. And then we get to this stuff up here, which I've already gone a little beyond the art there, so we'll have to be a little interpretive. But I want to try to render this as well as I can, so that when I go to put in that light source, that we can kind of work with the same amount of kind of beams there, the same angles. So just make things a little easier to manage that way. We might go back and change certain parts of this as we're going. I feel like this has sort of, an albeit somewhat disorganized and maybe a little bit sparse, but a kind of stained glass feel to it as I'm drawing in these shapes, which would fit with the subject matter not too poorly. Somewhere up there is where I don't actually have anything to reference, so I'm going to separate it out and leave it a little blank for now. Something kind of like that. Probably actually a little more. Something kind of like that. And a lot of these I'm drawing in kind of like a hard shape way, and they're gonna be a little more shaded, so like this is going to end up just being a little bit lighter than the rest of this. But drawing out the shapes helps me as we're going along. Up here, this specifically goes and kind of crawls its way down the blade, a decent way actually. I'm already getting a little bit interpretive here. I think I like kind of the way that I'm ending up drawing it rather than the way I'm trying to redraw the pieces. So let's try something. Let's go into here. Look at the side here. Drawing that stuff together. And then we know we want, so this is 1 point. Just gonna draw a little star there. And have another one here. And a big set kind of here. And this is where I'm getting a little experimental. Rather than try to redraw exactly what's going on here, I'm going to be a little less faithful to the source and be a little more interpretive. I'm not going to draw the fire exactly the same way as somebody else is, or as Therese Nielsen in this case is, or did. And while her rendition is certainly better than mine in a multitude of ways, if I know I'm going to be getting interpretive on some of the points here and the various things that are labeled after fire, then I might as well kind of go for that and work from there to try to make sure that it at least is consistent within itself. So I make sure that at least it makes sense that the pieces that I draw and go together, that I think would end up looking better than if I were able to very faithfully render certain parts of it and then not really be able to handle some of the more impressionistic side of it. So this is a little different than the last one I did in that way. And then on this one we're going to specifically be trying to change some things to better suit my skill level and style, whereas with Archangel Thune it was pretty much a test to see how well I could render something. And I'm already liking the way that this is looking much better than the way that I had tried it the first time. So I think that that's a good way to continue proceeding here. I'm going to erase these little stars that I put in. That's going to be our major light source there. I'm going to slide down here, I think, and do a little bit of work on the hair. I like the way that it's looking down here for the most part. There's a little more details to be put in. But up at the top I just kind of sketched something in to get the spacing correct, and I wasn't really happy with the way that it was looking. So we're going to try to get that to a bit of a better spot. And again, I have to go back a lot and try to clean up areas that have just gotten very smudged, gotten dark, because as I'm going over this, I'm smudging the graphite across the page and making a mess, you know. So I think to about there I'm happy. And then we just kind of want this to be... So I really like what Therese Nielsen did here, because it's clearly very much fire, but it's still very much hair. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull it off quite as well. Might have to resort for doing something quite different. We'll see if I can't make it work to be similar. Basically what I'm struggling with here is the hair being like this, where it goes all the way up into a point, is not something I noticed when I was looking at the art initially. It's not something that really stood out to me necessarily. We'll get away from the glare there. So I'm trying to now draw it in such a way that it doesn't look odd. Because it didn't look odd to me when I was initially looking at this. So evidently it doesn't have to look odd. Maybe that'll do. That shape's not looking too bad. I'm just going to draw in a couple of spots here where we have some very clear direction in the hair. I'll be doing more with the hair as we get into the shading later to kind of make it more clear that it is hair, not just that her head is literally on fire. But I do want to take a little bit of time to kind of make it as clear as I will need it whenever I go shade, which is mostly focus on kind of the outside of the shape to make sure that everything's kind of set up the way it needs to be there. Because then inside I can do just kind of detail work on the shading to make sure that it's working properly. That looks right. But especially with a lot of these outer edge, I want to make sure that I've got all of my things spaced correctly, so that the general shape is correct, and then when I go in to actually detail out this hair, I don't need to worry about where it's going to be, just how it looks. If that makes sense. So that's kind of what we're looking at for the hair. I think that that'll work. You might normally think with pieces of armor like this that you would want to kind of really be a lot more specific, a lot more straight lines and such. But if you take a look at the source, these are actually pretty organically shaped. And they're not specifically square or round or anything like that. They bend a lot. There's a lot of different stuff going on. Which has its pluses and minuses as far as trying to draw this goes. On one hand, it's difficult because it's not something that I can look at and, break down into a pattern and go, okay, I just need to draw this 47 times in this, direction. So it's a lot harder to look at and kind of separate out into nice clean spaces. But it also means that I can kind of get away with being sloppy and almost kind of get away with whatever as far as rendering it goes, and it will look fine. So long as I'm close to what was there, you're not going to look at it and go, well, that's not quite right. Whereas with something that's more detailed, if it's very specifically like, okay, like this armor down here, there are these shapes in it. If those shapes don't look right, you're going to know. Whereas up here, especially since they're kind of clouded by that light, you end up being able to kind of just draw out a general shape and say, oh, it looks like this. And they go, yeah, it looks like that. And you don't end up questioning it when you look at it. This stuff here is kind of weird because I think it's part of her hair. Like these are strands hanging down. But they are bright yellow compared to the rest of her hair. And they also appear to terminate in points of light, which is a little strange. What I'm drawing here, it almost looks like I'm giving her bangs just because of how this is turning out. It's not really the intent. Might be a little loud. Turn that down a bit. ATR or jewelry bags. What I'm drawing could certainly look that way. I think I'll pull up the source here. It'll be a little more clear. It doesn't really look like it goes around or anything. I think it's literally hair that's hanging down that is also stylized into looking like there's literally a flame in the middle of her forehead. And it's possible that when I do this, because I'm working entirely in pencil, that it's going to end up looking potentially significantly different. If that is the case, so long as I can make it look not strange and look correct, then that's fine. I'm not actually too worried this time around about making it precise. Let's go over there. Give her a little more volume over there. If you are looking at something and wondering how it looks in the source, I do have it to the side there, kind of small. But if you want me to switch to the source at any point, just let me know. I've got it set up to do so. I'll play with that more later. I think we need to change this a bit. There, that's better. Yep, I like that more. Let's go back in here and clean up my constant smudging. Eventually, I will want there to be gray kind of tones in there, but not right now. back into this area. We're going to start filling in some of that detail. And I think, like with the sword, I'm just going to jump straight this time into doing my own kind of thing. Because I think it'll end up looking better. Again, we're still going to take kind of the major points here and try to incorporate them into what I'm doing so that you don't really notice right away that I'm doing something that might end up being significantly different than our original. So I kind of like this, the way that this is going. It's turning out to really look like it's coming up into that point, which I like. I'm actually getting that impression a little more than with the original. So I'm kind of happy with that. I think that turned out pretty well. So we'll keep that shape for when I get shading. Let's work on this one. Now, in the original, we've got this weird kind of shape that it makes here that doesn't make a ton of sense to me. And I think that if I try to redraw it, I'm going to redraw it, I don't know, 6 times. Which is not really what I'd like to do. I think. Keep that. Keep that as focal point. I'm not really liking that. Try again. Maybe just something like that. Yep, I think I kind of like that. Yeah, I think I like the look of that. We will go with that. Let's go up here. Keep working on these kind of fiery armor parts. One thing I would like to do is to keep it so that this entire area ends up being kind of covered by that. Yeah, that's not too bad. That works. Add a little more stuff over there. That is the same type of armor. Back over here. this real quick. So, I'm trying to make this shape closer to what is there, just because I feel that if I try to get interpretive here, I'm probably not going to like however it turns out. So we're just going to try to get this shape to be close to what's there. And if I decide that I don't like it and I want to change it, we can always go back later and change it. And yeah, that didn't really work. So this is a point where it is actually somewhat symmetrical, so I am inclined to actually try to match it. At least in such that the two ends that I draw should be the same. Now there are four very visible belts here. There's this one, there's one here that I've kind of drawn that little square for, and there's these two down here. All four of those belt buckles look different. Like, this one's round, and that one's square. This one is square, but has, like, a bunch of swirly details on it. And then this one is similar to that one, but is much wider. They're just not the same. That bothers me a little bit. But I should probably make them similar to the drawing. At the very least, in that they should all be square. Challenge accepted? What was the challenge? The 4 different types of belt buckles. Do you challenge accepted that I'm going to try to draw 4 different types of belt buckles, or that you're going to attempt to find 4 different types of belt buckles? I suppose I could do that. I have 4 different belts, but whether I'm going to draw 4 or not. Well, this one's round and that one's square so far, so we're getting there. This one does have a clear tongue, I guess. I don't know what the... I am not up on my belt anatomy terminology. I don't know what that piece is called. Slightly easier. Wow, that just totally fades out there. That's fine. We'll draw it anyway. I really don't like that. So let's Symmetrical. This bizarre belt buckle. I mean, I guess, how much can I really complain about the belt buckle on a superfluous leg belt? It's like, kind of like complaining about the realistic properties of how this sword would work when it's literally a magic sword held by an angel. You can complain if you'd like, but it kind of just doesn't make any sense. Kind of in a situation in which any argument you make is by default invalid by the fact that it's literally magic. It didn't really work the way I wanted it to. Let's try again. That's all better. So there you have it. 4 different belt buckles. I said she has 4 belts, but this section is kind of entirely belts. And is also just very kind of all over the place. It's all little strappy things that go together in ways that make basically no sense. I'm not sure what I want to do with it yet. Okay, the whiteboard doesn't carry over. I don't think the whiteboard cleared when I did that, but I'll go back and clear it if I go back to the source. When I go back to the source, really a better way to put that. Specifically, there is this kind of belty thing here that is holding down a lot of these belty-ish shapes that are all fragmented off. I guess to allow Akroma to also have her, I hesitate to call those pants, but pants also on fire for the joke. I mean, she's got little wispy things on the armor, in her hair, on the sword, her wings. I haven't done anything on the wings yet other than sketch out their area, so we'll have to get to that. But why not also on the rest of her clothing? So, something kind of like this, where there's just a bunch of these hanging off all looped back into here. Which there really isn't a lot of that going on over here, which is a little strange. Over here, like, there's this, which hangs down from that in our source. But then the rest of this is kind of just a solid color. I think it's supposed to be the same, it's just a little more impressionistic over here. I think it's largely intended to be the same, where it's kind of, I'd go like, okay, this one's on top, I'm going to kind of just layer these from there until I've covered the whole thing. So kind of like continually doing that until it's full, which I'm going to save that for later. Because I get the feeling that if I do it now, I'm then going to go, okay, well now we need shade, we need this tone to be about here, and I'll just cover them all up and you won't be able to see any of it. I think I need to bring that edge in just a bit. There we go. That's better. Oh, and in addition to 4 different belt buckles, there's this thing here, which is like 2 grommet holes and then just points that it leads into the belt, and it's kind of like tied there. I guess what I'm trying to say is I have absolutely no idea what it is that Akroma is wearing, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't make any sense. Something kind of like that. Now you can't see those lines that I made there at all. That's fine. I just made some kind of diagonal lines there to indicate this is made of belts. Or something like it. It's an odd trend you see in like fantasy work or anime or that kind of stuff. For some reason they're like, I want this character to be cool, we're going to make them have clothing that is entirely composed of belts. And I don't think that actually works as clothing. Now, admittedly, I have never attempted to wear any sort of article of clothing that I have made entirely out of belts, other than a singular belt. So maybe I'm just missing out, and it's actually great, but it seems like it wouldn't work all that well. But I will probably never know. So let's go back up to here, where instead of a hand I appear to have given Akroma some sort of cheeseburger-shaped clamp, which was intentional at the time. We were just putting a hand shape there so that I could draw the sword and figure out where it was. Make sure that I got the angle right, which took me like 3 times, but we got there. And if you look at this, okay, it did clear. If you look, there is not a whole lot of detail for me to pull from this hand, which is less than ideal because I am not highly skilled, so I don't really know what this hand's supposed to look like such that I can draw it. So it's going to be a little difficult to get this to really work nicely. We are going to try, though. I'm gonna zoom right in here. And it looks like the source image there stays the same, so that's fine for you. So, specifically, you can kind of see this shape on the hand. You do kind of get this going on. Okay. So we kind of do a thing where I think that reasonably there's no way that Akroma should be able to hold this sword one-handed, but we're kind of getting the fingers in towards a central point. So something kind of like that, where she's kind of pushing inwards. Like I said, I am not an expert on hands drawing them, so it's gonna be a little tough. We'll do what we can. Mainly, it's pretty shadowed in the actual drawing, so if I don't get it quite right, it's not going to be the end of the world. It's going to be pretty dark whenever I go and shade it. So we've got more of this kind of shape down here. This actually looks more like it's wrapped around, not like it's made entirely of belts. It's a definite improvement. And this is somewhat realistic. You would want something underneath these big armored plates to kind of cushion that. Okay, let's zoom back out on my source. Back in a little bit. There we go. So that actually ended up kind of alright here, so taking a look at kind of this area, this is obviously still very just sketched out there, but as far as the hand actually goes, and these armor pieces, switch over to the source here. And it's not looking too bad. I think that that's kind of fine. I think that, well, alright, I found one thing that I kind of want to change up a little bit. And it's specifically this little piece right here. I want to take it in a little more, because it actually does do that. It wraps around a little farther. I think that that's fine. Alright. Going over here, we have Crow's arm, which I'm going to take in a little bit here and kind of back out. And this is as well kind of wrapped, bandaged sort of stuff. So a lot of lines like this that are honestly very sketchy and vague in my source as well. This kind of comes in. It looks like she's got it wrapped kind of up through here. So that's just going to be kind of sketchy there. So now let's take this hair down a little bit up here, and then I've got those details in. There we go. Like that. Sure you can't tell what I'm trying to put off for as long as possible. Let's work on the handle of the sword a little bit, which admittedly does need work. It was also just kind of sketched out sort of vaguely. And I'm going to use the ruler to give me a guide, but it is not a straight line at the end. So we're going to be very light about it. And this was literally just me being lazy as I was drawing it the first time. And I went, I know I have a ruler somewhere. I don't know where it is right now. Let's just draw it freehand. I made sure I had the ruler before we started tonight. So at least I've got that going. So we can't really see it on our source, but I can see that there's sort of something here. And I'm going to say that given the rest of this drawing, it's probably something that looks a little bit like fire. So we're going to go ahead and set the bottom of the sword on fire too. No, let's go ahead and have that open. I think it is, honestly, for this sword, is that it has a wrapped handle, like a leather wrapped handle, which would make sense. That would be reasonable. So we'll leave that line there for now, and when we come back to shading, I'll give it a shade, and then we'll start to kind of layer on the details on top of that by adding shadow. I say very confidently as if I really know what I'm doing. Not as much. Okay, we've put it off, but I should work on these wings. They're kind of a big part of the drawing. There's not a lot of detail on the ones that are provided, but enough that they are identifiable. And so I'm probably going to struggle with these a little bit, trying to figure out exactly what I want to do. So and yes, I will say again, similar to a lot of other pieces of this drawing, the wings have a bit of a theme as if they are made of fire. And of course, since I've been putting these off for so long, right now they are nothing but a series of smudges everywhere. So let's just clean up the space that they're going to occupy. Just try to get that a little better off. At the same time, I'm going to go over the lines that I had drawn and just erase them as well. I'll still be able to see them, just because you can never completely erase something if you've drawn it too dark. Like whenever I take, my hand and I smudge across here and you get smudges everywhere, those can be erased. That is not an issue. When I draw a line, it goes into the paper too much because I press down too hard, and it gets stuck there. And I forgot a line. So let's take a quick look at the source. This is kind of what I'm going to be going for. Mainly the center part of the wings doesn't really have any detail. You can see it at the bottom, you can see a little bit of stuff at the top, but in the middle there's not a whole lot that's not just differences of shading. There are no real shapes for me to work from. So we'll just take this one at a time and try to draw in the shape of these feathers, which I really like the way that these are on the source. So a little more distinct here. So come in like that. Alright, that's not too bad. If you disagree with me and you think it's terrible, you can tell me. I'll probably redo it. Like, if you actually think that something's off, let me know. I will take a look at it. For instance, right now you could tell me, you've put this wing too low, it's actually supposed to be up here. And you'd unfortunately not be wrong. When I drew the guide for the wings, which you could just barely see now. It was before I'd moved a lot of things around, so these actually need to be higher, I think. Yeah, I'd like them to be higher, I think. Because if I'm lining things up, this one should start like here. This one is lower. Maybe I can get away with splitting it a little bit. Let's take a look. We'll start it kind of down here. Because they are doing different things, these two wings. Whereas this one is just kind of like straight out. This one actually comes down. It's a little more, I guess, since theoretically, you know, wings are going to be based on similar structure to an arm. Okay. So the one wing is kind of more like this, and the one is kind of like that. Approximately. And the chrome is kind of tilted anyway, so that can lead to it being a little different. So, let's see. This kind of goes up like this. Has a little bit of this kind of effect on it. It's going to go up behind the sword. I'm going to draw this line such that it is, and then we're going to come back over here, next spot, because she's got fire coming off of her wings. It's got like this shape, and then it also kind of just goes all over, and I end up not having enough space on this page for it. Because, as expected, I did not properly scale things to the size of my canvas. It shouldn't be like that. We want to make this actually come a little more like that, though, because I do want to show it wrapping around the wing a little more. So we'll get that little thing going on there. Let's head over here and take a look at this. Yeah, you're not wrong. Which is a very indirect way of saying, you're right, it should kind of come in this way more. What throws me off, I'll show you here, what does throw me off here is that on the source, this is actually, that didn't work the way I wanted to, this is actually, right there, that line is the wing. But it's blue. And I didn't notice it at first. because the wings are obviously red, but there is blue that you see on the edges of the wings here. So you're right that it is the wing. I think when I go to shade it, I'm going to fix that. And I think we'll just have to bring the whole thing up. I don't really like that. There we go. Let's try again. So it's actually going to come kind of like this. Have a curve kind of like that. I want that to go up and out a little more. Alright. What do you think? A little better there? That will make a shade in a little bit here. This kind of area, the wing, and obviously out that way. I think that's better, and you are right that it actually goes even higher, but I've brought her hair out this way, and basically my arm is off position, and I'd rather have the wing not match up quite where it's supposed to than have to redraw this entire arm, because it's close enough and I don't think I'm going to do much better. That is a call that I'm making based on my skill level. But I think that does look a little better. And it will match better with this wing since I'm starting this one way up here. I suppose I need to move so you can actually see it. Now this will get interesting because right here is where I actually can't tell what happens anymore. That is the top of my source. It's almost the top of the page, so maybe I'll just bring this up. Yeah, you know, it continues out this way. And right around here is where we have that same sort of fire effect on this side. And we'll like that. I like that. I think that's pretty consistent. I like the way that the bottom of these... I like the way that this one looks. Let's spend more time on that. I rushed through that. So that is definitely the area that we want though, so now it's just about taking our time and actually rendering these so that they don't all end up quite the same. Because I ended up just kind of going across in a sort of pattern. But there's a lot of variation here. In fact, if you look, Akroma's actually losing a couple feathers in the art, so maybe we'll have a few. She's got kind of like big clumps in this one, but I think we're just going to put a few in. I'm going to make mine thinner, smaller. It's definitely a good effect on the original work. There's also stuff that's in the original that I'm just not going to be able to do, honestly, because of medium. So Therese Nielsen painted this. And there's actually parts of it where you can see red, just paint specks that were clearly put on very late in the process. And I really like the effect that it gives. And there is no way that I can do it in pencil. If I do it in pencil and I'm trying to render paint spots, it's just not going to work. And like, it's theoretically something that in paint could be accidental, but it's clearly not. And I suppose when I talk about the source in a lot of detail like that, I should probably pull it up for you. So specifically, like especially here, here, over here, some stuff here, that stuff, where it's just a lot of, they're literally spots of paint that are put onto there. I can't do that with pencil. So we're going to settle for not having it. And I'm not going to have the same lighting effects anyway, so I think it's alright. Again, I don't expect to really be able to recreate these, and it's not entirely my goal to do so, but I'd like it to be recognizable. So I think that looks a lot better. Right now the lines are harder and more clear. This is already smudged, which is going to be fine because I'm going to end up doing a lot of blending over there. But I think I like that a lot better. So, I'm going to try something here. It's a little much, but let you see those lines that are up there, reduces that glare. So that is kind of our drawing part of this before I get to the shading. And I think that that's pretty good. I'm pretty impressed with how this is working out. It definitely could be a lot worse. But it's working out pretty well. I like all the shapes that I have here. And I think we might be able to move on to shading now. What do you think? Start doing some shading? Yeah, I think we're going to do some shading. Either way, I'm going to remove this little indication that I had when I was talking about what was actually wing and what was not. Those little squiggly lines are not what we're going to want for our shading there. Redraw that edge. And I guess something I should do though is, if for the top of the page I'm just going to take it to the edge of my pages, I should do the same for the bottom of the page. So let's see if I can manage that. And I think that there's actually something down here, but again, since the original art cuts off, I think I can get away without doing it. So we just do that. Pretty straightforward, easy extension there. Let me take a quick look. Now in this art I'm not going to be able to get any more references for Akroma's outfit. However, that doesn't mean that there's not alternate, and I suppose it would really be good for me to do. I suppose first the question is, will you load? I'm actually trying to pull up another image of, and say another picture of Akroma. There's 3 arts of white Akroma and 2 arts of red Akroma now. This is one of the red Akroma arts. I'm looking for another one. I know I don't have one just on hand. Alright, my internet seems to be mostly taken up by actually doing the stream, so let me just see if I can't do this another way. Maybe. Okay. So instead of pulling it up on my computer and doing a source, we're just going to do this in a much more analog way. There it is on my phone. So you can see she does have these kind of this knee plate thing, and you're right about the extra belts. I could add another set of belts, which is probably what's being indicated at the bottom of this picture. I'll switch back to source here. Right down at the bottom, you can just barely see the kind of a hint of another belt buckle there. And I guess I am enough of a Magic fan that I will use other references in order to extend this, and we'll give her another set of belts. I suppose the question is, should I attempt to come up with 2 new styles of belt buckle so that Akroma can remain extremely different in her belt stylings? Or should these basically match the ones that are directly above them? I don't know that I have that much creativity in my way to the delay there. You say yes. I do not know which one you're saying yes to, because at this point I've said both. If I were to hazard a guess, you probably want me to make them different for the fun of it. Let me take another look here. See, these, on this picture, they're all the same. Also, her clothing here is much less complicated. This is actually, like, the designs are similar, but they're clearly different. No, Kyle, I'm not going to give her panther legs. I forgot about that. And now I remember. Though there was a time for White Akroma that she didn't have the lower body of a panther, because things hadn't happened. They are probably going to be approximately the same. Why not? I'm guessing why not panther legs? Because no. A, that is not what is happening in this picture. B, no. And C, I've already started to draw her regular legs, and I don't really have enough space to make panther legs. Oh, well. Realized I started to draw the mechanism for that belt on the other side, and I'm like, should that be a thing? No. I was thinking about like if I were putting on a belt, or putting on multiple belts, which again, not something I have a lot of experience in, but if I were putting on multiple belts, I would probably do them the same way. Not just for the fact that, you know, I would try to make things symmetrical, but if I were just naturally doing something, I would probably be doing my belts in the same way on each leg. If I were to be putting multiple belts onto my legs for some reason. I guess if I have very unsecure pants and want them to be extremely secure. And I did end up giving her different-ish. They are similar in that this one is a little more wavy, this one is a little more square. This ends up curving in a little more than that one, and this does not have the weird kind of squiggly things on it that I rendered to be faithful to Therese Nielsen's art. So, in a way, I have made 6 different belt buckles on this drawing. Yeah, she doesn't have any buckles elsewhere on her body. So only 6. And I'm fine with that. I mean, I guess if you're going and you're buying belts, you're not usually like, well, I want that buckle to be exactly the same as the other one. Though again, I've never been worried about wearing 2 belts at once, so I'm not sure if I were in the market for multiple belts, if I would be trying to make sure that they match precisely. I probably would. But maybe that's just my personal style. This stream ended up being a lot more a rant about belts than I would have ever anticipated it to have been going into it. I was not ready to have a long discussion about belts. This magical attire is definitely its own kind of special thing where things don't need to make sense. Akroma even more so, because, as Kyle gave hint, her story is very strange, and like I mentioned, she was actually somebody's art manifested into life. Turn that down. So there's a lot of creative license that you can take with magic attire. So I like the way this worked last time, so let's block the glare a little bit. Well, a little bit, please. There we go. So this is our drawing right now. I'll just get it on frame there. So that's our drawing, and now we're going to shade it. So we're going to make sure that you can take a good look at this before I ruin the entire thing. I might not ruin it. We're going to try not to ruin it, but it might get ruined. Yeah, since I have your attention now, Kyle, if you could remind me a little bit about the Akroma story. If I recall, Ixidor modeled her after somebody that was important to him. I think his wife or his sister, I can't remember which. But he lost someone and modeled Akroma after that person, if I recall. And I remember that she and Phage and Jessica get combined later on, but I'm looking more for the origin of Akroma, white Akroma specifically, since red Akroma didn't really exist, though theoretically origin's about the same. It's just what if Ixidor took a different path on it. Because this is Akroma, Angel of Fury. She is manifested with red mana, which really kind of fits her creation process more, I think. But Akroma, Angel of Wrath is the light one. So different emotions causing different manifestations is the idea. But you're going to remember the story much better than I do. You know, if only by virtue of the fact that you actually read it, and I did not. I should at some point. Alright. So before I get... I didn't throw my pencil on the ground. Before I get really into the shading here, I need to clean up. Yes, he and his wife, fiancé, were pit fighters. They ended up facing off against Phage, and his wife got killed. Ixidor went crazy and happened to awake to the powers of the god that had reincarnated in him, his reality sculpting. So he created Akroma as his perfect vision of his dead wife to get revenge on Phage. Right, which is why Akroma and Phage are opposed, and why they are fighting, such that they eventually get combined in a very silly string of events in which Kamal swings the Mirari sword through Akroma, Phage, and his sister Jessica at the same time. Because Jessica is falling out a window, if I recall. Like that kind of uncanny scenario. I'm guessing it may have been sold a bit better in the, Oh, right, Jessica and Phage. Then who is it that gets slammed together to make Corona? Since you're on the delay, replace everything I said Jessica with whoever this other person is. Okay. So I'm going to... I thought about this for a second here. I'm going to work my way up the drawing to shade. Does Zagorka have any other sort of notoriety other than she happens to own a donkey? I'm not questioning your description that way, because I'm sure that A, that is true, and B, is kind of a funny way to just be like, there's, you know, this angel that was created out of pure imagination due to Ixidor being a reincarnated god, and Phage has her own weird origin story, but she is essentially death incarnate at that time. And then there's a woman with a donkey. I'm actually rethinking my idea of starting at the bottom and drawing it up. Okay, very smart donkey it is. Sure. I guess the thought is that slamming just Akroma and Phage together is not enough. Let's add more people. more people definitely makes this better. So, by being defeated by Ixidor's shadows, it not only undid the Corona thing, but also undid Jessica becoming Phage by igniting her spark, which I guess becoming Phage was not enough for some reason to ignite her spark. I'm sorry, whatever messed up thing that you went through that made you essentially kill everything you ever touch was not traumatic enough for you to become a Planeswalker. Now, if I were smart, I would have taken a picture of this before I started shading, so that I would have a picture of what it looked like before I shaded it. It's on stream, so I guess I could back my way into getting a picture of it before it was shaded. Phage gave birth to the third god of this story, the god of the Cabal, fathered by the Cabal Patriarch. So, if I recall, the Cabal Patriarch was the only person who could touch Phage and not just essentially die. Because, I mean, the cards literally Phage the Untouchable. I'm getting a lot farther on this drawing than I thought that I was going to. I wasn't sure that I would get to shade tonight. I mean, I guess I've already been streaming for quite a while. I guess almost an hour or 2.5 hours now. Alright. That's right. I remember going back in Magic Lore, it's all like it's all interconnected and there's a lot going on. So I'm going to interrupt Magic Lore story time for a second here and ask you guys what you think about the shading on this wing. So I kind of went stylistically into it in a different sort of way. I'm obviously not going to be able to match what's in the source, so I wanted to know what you thought about that before I applied it to the other wing. And I can hop back to the source here to give you a look at what it looks like, because I am trying to get it to look, recognizable as red Akroma. And while I'm not going to be able to reproduce this effect, I'd like to try to do something that has a good effect towards that way. I think I need to fix this up a little bit, just the shape of it, but what do you think about that style? Well, play with this while we wait for the delay. That's a little better. Yeah, that's a little bit better. So what do we think? Do we like that? Overall, I like the wing. I'm not sure if it would be possible or if it were to bring out the contrast between the part of the wing near the light and the part farther away from the light. Oh, that's fair. That's definitely fair. To illustrate what you're talking about on the source, you're saying you're not sure if it would be possible, which the answer is yes, or better or worse, and I think better, to bring out the contrast between the part of the wing near the light and the part farther away. So again, our light source is this guy. And we definitely have a lighter tone, and I can actually see like divisions here. So there's kind of a line there. This is darker, and then these are catching light. So yes, I do think that would be possible. And I think that you are probably right and that we should give it a shot. The contrast between light and dark tones is definitely something that I struggle with whenever I get to shading. It's something that I really needed to work hard to emphasize when I was doing my last one, Archangel of Thune. And I'm not too surprised that I'm having the same issue here. So what do we think about that? That a little bit better, I think. I definitely think you're right. And the tones are close enough in the source that I don't want to go too dark there. But I could probably stand to go darker in certain spots. Like, kind of in an area here, kind of in this area. Get a kind of darker shape there because it's shadowed by the body. So I think I'll try to get that a little bit darker. There we go. And let's just get a little bit of a darker shape there to show that shadow. Alright. And obviously, like, I went into the hair there, but we're going to have to go back and clean up the space for the hair anyway. So I think that works. Let's go ahead and try to do the other wing before I get out of kind of that pressure sensitivity and that kind of stuff. So we are going to work over here now. This one catches a lot more of the light, so I'm actually going to draw out kind of here. This is going to be a lighter section than the rest of it. This is going to be similar in tone. This is going to be a dark. It's going to be similar in tone to the rest of it. Got a couple of highlights here. I actually have a couple little shapes here that's showing due to that strong light. I end up cutting off a lot of the interesting stuff here. If you want to take a look at the source again, this is really cool looking, and it's all off the page basically. Like, my page cuts off right about here. Something like that. So, not going to get a whole lot of that, which is fine because I don't think that would do all that well at rendering it. So, we'll work with what we have. We'll get a couple sprinkles of light there. So let's get some tones in here. So I want this to be pretty dark. I want this stuff to kind of be a middle tone. This should be a lighter tone. Because it gets so much of that light. We'll just leave it right like that. And a whole bunch of blending. It leaves me quite colored. My mid-tone is not dark enough. Fine. Let's go back into it. Add a little bit in here. That's a little better. I think I just need to go darker overall. Which again, not all that surprising. I usually don't end up with strong blacks whenever I'm going into this. I'm doing shading. I like to blame a little bit of that, at least, on the medium. It is pencil. It is gray. Overall, it is a gray thing. So I'm probably not going to get a full 100% black tone in there. However, I know that not enough of it is actually due to that. And that a large part of it is just me not actually applying enough pressure to get the dark tones that I need. About the same note, I usually don't get the 100% white tone either, because I am so messy. So I end up smudging everywhere, and it's really hard to get a complete white tone. In drawing, there are relatively few that are literally 100% white tones, which is going to be common. You're not going to have, in a regular composition, a whole lot that is 100% light or 100% dark. You'll have darker parts and lighter parts. But when you have something like this, where there's variation all over the place, it's all in different tones, but those tones are usually not, complete light or dark. The points of this that I would say are 100% white. I'll jump to the source here. 100% white. There's a little tiny bit here. There's these points that are on her forehead. There's a couple shiny points here that are 100%. One tiny little bit on the diamond. And literally the only 100% white that I'm seeing is the signature. Similarly, 100% black, there's this part on the hand. And a little bit here in the sword. Maybe some of this stuff down here. Like those little kind of lighting effects. And I guess you could say Akroma's eyebrows are entirely black. But the rest of this would be conveyed in gray tones in a monochromatic medium, which is what I'm working with. So that's my little bit of justification for not having dark enough tones, but honestly, I just need to make sure that my darker tones are darker. I end up not applying enough contrast as I'm going along. I just don't pay enough attention to what I'm doing. I'll clean this up a little bit. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to end up doing with the spaces that are literally background. It's clearly a backdrop of some sort of sky in Therese Nielsen's, but that is conveyed, I'd say, primarily through color, if not entirely. So I'm not sure entirely how I'm going to do that. I'm probably just going to pick a tone that is different than most of the things that it's going to touch, and kind of fill that in and just vary my tone throughout it to give it, because it's abstract, essentially. But what I'd like to do here is go in with the eraser and clean up all of this here where I went past the line, because blending is not a particularly precise sort of thing. So that's better. So these, I'll just turn, these are some wings. I still end up getting just a little bit of glare, but I'm going to try to block off just a bit. Let's closer. There we go. So some wings there. Not too bad. I may come back to them to do a little more, and then I think we're gonna actually do just a bit more right now down here, giving these a little more detail. Specifically, there's some of that you can see over here too, this way. Give a hint that there's something a little more going on there. Oh well. So what'll happen is at the very end I'll go back and I'll go, okay, so like this needs to be a white tone, and I'll erase it that time. So I think that'll do for the wings for now. We're gonna move on to another part. I think we're gonna play with this hair. Now, this hair is different than the other hair that I did. The last one I did was Archangel Thune, and she did not have, you know, all three warm colors in her hair. And the way Therese Nielsen does it, they're really in sections. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. So I'm going to try something, and if it fails horribly, then we'll be a little bit sad, and we'll move on. And we'll try to do it differently. So ideally what we end up with here is we end up with stuff that looks like hair, but also clearly represents the fire aspect of this. So what I'm doing first is taking a look and saying, alright, if this is hair, how would these strands work? Like, what's the flow of this hair? And we're trying to reconcile this with the fact that hair doesn't really behave this way too much. So if we were doing Chroma's hair as one tone, it would look something kind of like that, I think. And that's not too bad. I'd blend slightly less on the hair because I do still want those lines to be somewhat present, because it gives you a sense of the flow, which is nice. So now what we're going to do, now that we have that figured out, is we're going to go back, and I'm just going to attempt to block in shading by following those flow lines for the parts of this that are supposed to be darker. Okay. And I think that in addition to kind of darkening down the colors that need to be darkened, we're also going to end up going back on this and attempting to put highlights back into it after I do this. So there's a little bit better. But as you might expect, I didn't actually darken enough to show three distinct tones. So we're going to have to go back, put a little more in there, the parts that need to be darker. A little bit of blending there, get rid of some of those lines. And now come back in actually do highlights using the eraser. And as I'm doing this, like, I was using the reference as I was trying to figure out which tones should be darker, which should be lighter, as I was kind of blocking out that shading. As I'm going in now to do these highlights, I'm kind of just doing it freehand. So I can't decide if this looks like I have 3 distinct tones and it looks somewhat like fire, or if it looks like Akroma did a really bad job dyeing her hair, which is probably less than ideal. And I guess if I'm thinking that way, that should indicate to me that something is not exactly right. Let's see if I can't blend some of that such that it works out right? Because I think it might just be the differences there. I don't know. What do we think about Akroma's hair? Do we like it? Or does it look bad? Send you back to the source here. From my view, I see 3 tones, but the source seems to make the hair gravity-defying large curls. You are not wrong. And I did kind of get rid of the curls. So I need to put those back in, definitely. Because I end up having it just kind of point up more. Kyle, if you are back from getting food, what do you think? I'll switch back to main so you can see what I'm playing with here. That's a little more curly, but I don't know. We might need to start over on that. Yep. That's not quite working. Hmm. This hair's going to be a problem. I think what we're going to do is going to leave it there for now, because it's better than it was. And we're going to move on to a different part, and we're going to come back to it. So let's go down here. This and this are pretty much the same type of thing. Just going to get a tone. And then some detail. Just like that. And this one should be a little darker. It is not quite as in the light. Down here, going to be the same thing. So pretty much the same tone. There's a little bit of shadow and light going on in it, but at the base, it is all the same. Right over that belt buckle, because I'm going to go over there to kind of an eraser and highlight it. So this part is fairly uniform in that it does this kind of thing. There's this plate thing here though. It has kind of this going on. And some kind of parts there. This is all just kind of like randomly belty stuff. There you go. That's part of it. This side. And we get more light on this side, so make that a little lighter. Try this guy here. And then beyond, this is all just kind of like belty shapes that weave together. There's that. I'm trying to do what we can to get this to look semi-decent, since it is metallic in some ways. We're going to try to give it light areas and dark areas to get it to look right. Yeah, it's not the worst. Needs to be lightened up a bit. That's not too bad. Try to get these shaded. They don't need to be too detailed here, especially since I made the one set entirely up, basically. We just want to make sure they're darker, but follow the same light and shadow. There's some leg belts. Get there. Get this a better angle for me. Again, let's focus mainly on tones here. This one's interesting in that it's literally kind of just straight, like it has red and orange sections that are clearly delineated. I think I'm going to blur mine a little more, but we will follow them as a guide. Alright, so there's those. It's not too bad. So let's take a look here, and it's either armor or sword. Let's work with the armor. So we're going to fill in this area. So it's red and orange in the source. It's going to be a darker tone than the rest here. This again is always going to be a little bit lighter just on this side due to the light source being skewed that way. I'm trying to take it into account as I work here. Alright, there's that. That's not too bad. I'm gonna get some of this a little more in shadow than the rest of it. We'll come back into it after we've shaded some of it here, and we will highlight. Alright, I'm going to put this just a little bit in shadow. I want to fill in the stone. So this situation, I'm trying to render, a gemstone. I want to try to actually give it hard shading lines, because like the rest of this I've been blending around because it's, it is more of a blend thing, and but with the stone, because it's going to literally catch light and reflect it back out, I kind of want a clear line on it as to how it reflects. So there's a clearly darker spot, a clearly lighter spot. I'll try to get this a little closer so you can see. Put it there. There you go. Now let's go and get highlights onto this. So I want to lighten that up. Hit a couple points here, lighten them up. I guess something to do to make this a little bit easier. Go ahead and shade this area in. Actually, go all the way up there, but we'll get to that. Let's go ahead and blend that tone in, and now we'll come back and do our highlights. And it'll show up a little bit better. get to a clean part of an eraser. Because trying to do this with an already used part doesn't really work the way that I want it to. I'm kind of trying to just soften up the hard lines on this. So go ahead and work here. Alright. I kind of lost detail there. There we go. So getting there. Yeah. Actually, I'll have right here this color to highlight out. You know what? It occurs to me that I have been drawing for, I guess 2.5 hours. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to be back in probably maybe like 5-ish minutes. Yeah. I'm going to take 5 minutes here, and I'll be back shortly. You know, we'll start this over. Okay, we are back. And we're gonna get right back into it here. I still want to do something about this hair, but we will come back to that, figure out what we're doing. So, to review, let's go back to our source real quick. Yo. Turn that back down. Go back to our source. This is what we are working towards. And we're getting there. Like I said, still want to fix up the hair, but it's not too bad. So we want to... do that, and... Yep. That shoulder piece on there. I actually really like how that turned out. Yeah, I realized that the light source is causing a glare, and like my options are that it's very dark or that it's slightly red. I'm not sure. Let me try something. This is a little stupid, so I'm gonna switch to source so you can't see what I'm doing. Because it's dumb. But it might work. Might do what we want. Not quite, huh? We'll work with that for now. It is a little more visible. It is a lamp that's attached to the desk, so come on, not really. But it's kind of like a fluorescent bulb about that size, so I don't know exactly what I could cover it with. That's gonna make that green. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what to really do to rectify that. I guess that works for now. It's still glaring at the top, but it's a little bit better. It's just further down. No, that is really bad for some reason. Do you think it's better with it a little darker here? Like there's no glare now, but you get kind of a shadow here. I'd be willing to blame the webcam, even though there's no reason that it should have changed settings, considering that I am in a completely enclosed room and it's been dark. But is this acceptable, at least? Like I can do deeper troubleshooting later. Proceed for now. Alright, we'll continue along with this. So, fill in a little bit there, and right there. That's not what I want to do. I think I'm going to go ahead and work on this hand before I lose it entirely, because I'm going to get to the point that I just can't see it anymore from having played the hair too much. The hand is pretty dark. It's alternating between a pretty dark gray tone and what is essentially a black tone. Which is nice in that it lets me kind of get away with not having to make the details all that great on the hand. Because hands are a pain. That's a lot better. I'm going to try to lighten up the tones on the skin here. They ended up a little bit dark, and I want to differentiate them from other pieces of the image, so I want to make sure that they are light enough to be recognized. I don't want to really do too much on the face until I can get the hair correct, so let's move up to the sword. Work on that. Now this is neat. I have some spaces blocked off here that I'm honestly going to, at least on these ones, just straight up erase. Leave those there. What's going to happen is this, as a whole, is going to be very dark. But these sections are going to be lighter tones, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to shade on this a lot. Now this stuff over here on the handle is actually not that dark. It gets darker over here, and I'm going to play with that shape a bit and fix that up because I don't really like it much. There we go, that's all better. Yeah, that's fine. We're over here right now though. But this is super contrasted because over here, this area is the light source, and it shines through certain holes in this kind of this metalworking such stuff here. I'm gonna shade that in, but not too dark right there. But so it's really bright coming out of those holes, but in contrast it's really like very dark and thick in the spots that it can't. Like as we get over here, it lightens up. So this is higher up the sword, so it's still catching light from that. But especially right around these is very dark. What I'd like to do is color that in. We're going to take this and make a couple spots that are a little lighter. And we're going to blend and make this and clean that mess up. Curse train. That music might be just a little bit loud. Let's go ahead and take it down to there. So the sword. This part of the sword is a bright yellow, and I don't really want to do too much with it. I want to leave it pretty light. I managed to get a glare on this again. Oh. Try this now. No, you just can't see that. Okay. And here, above this line, it's darker. There we go. Alright, so that's a sword. I like that. Now we're going to have light coming out of here, here, and here. But I can't do that till the very end for what I want to do. So we'll do the little bit of shading that we need to do over here. This is pretty flat, honestly. There's not a whole lot to be done with it. We'll come back over to the handle of the sword here. I'm just going to make it dark down here. Gradually increase that tone as we get closer to our light source. So when we're over there, it's very bright, and when we're over here, not so much. I'll put just a little bit of kind of abstract sort of details over here on the sword. Give it a little bit of something going on. I'm going to bring the brightness of this hand down a little bit and match it a little closer to the sword because they are just about the same tone in our source. So that's what we're looking at so far. And I think after I hit that, there, that just a bit. I think we need to take a look at that hair. So, oh, okay. So we are trying to take this and make it still look like hair, but also have it seem somewhat, akin to flame. Switch to source. So when you look at the source here, you see it's still like it's hair. It has clear tones in it, which I don't yet. I tried to do that and it kind of got away from me and didn't really work out the way I wanted to. And I feel like right now, if you look at our image here, I feel like instead of looking like there's big curls that look like fire, it kind of looks like Akroma did a really bad job dyeing her hair and spent too much time in the 80s. I'm not thrilled with it. So I think what we might have to do is to just get rid of it and try again. Kind of like just how the very top looks though. So I'm going to see if I can hold on to that. We're going to undo the shading that we've done. Since at this point the outer edge of the hair is kind of locked in, given that everything else around it is done, I can still play with it. I can do some different things, and especially like here, where I don't really like how that turned out, we can go all the way back in on that. This goes right up to the hand, so I just erased part of, which is good. It's alright. So we took the hair away. I do still have this outer edge. And this kind of blended away into nothingness here. So, let's go back. Let's try to do the hair again. Just I like the light while I'm trying to draw, so but it's either that I covered it completely in shadow anyway, or that the light is glaring on it. Yeah, it's a little better. Yeah, I don't know. I apologize for the issues as far as the stream goes. I'm still trying to work out how this all goes. Every stream is an experiment. So, you're retrying the hair. It didn't really turn out the way I wanted it to. We're going to see if just starting over can give us a little bit of a better chance to make it work. let's try pull it in that way. This is hard because it comes to pretty decent points. I think it's this part that's bothering me. So I understand that this comes up and goes kind of around. Okay. I realized that I got quiet there for a little while. I needed to focus in on this and see what I could accomplish. And I think I might have gotten somewhere. Give me a sec to add some midtones. Alright. It is different. It is not the same as what is in the source. I don't think that I can actually reproduce what is in the source. And so I thought, well, if we're not going to match it, because you just can't get that shape, that format, that type of hair to work. Take the concept, make it work. It's supposed to be hair that is moving and fluid and changing, and supposed to resemble fire. And so I just drew it that way, and you know what? I think it works. Pull some down here. Shade into Akroma's face now. And add some highlights in it. There we go. Gave Akroma some goalie eyes. Shaded the face a bit. Lighten it up a little bit overall. Okay. So I'll show you whole piece here. Switch the source here. Now to try to make those points of light. I have an idea. It might kill the whole thing. We will have to see. Might go very poorly, but it might work. So what I want to do is I want to take an eraser and go inlines across to make them work. And I'm trying to do something here where we will do it the hard way. Alright, okay. I want to take the image and put it into grayscale because I think that thinking of it as a light source is throwing me off, and that I might need to draw it in as well. And that if I don't, I might not be actually getting it correct. Alright. Yes. I'm having trouble doing that for some reason. I do think, though, that taking a look at this, that I only might find issue over top of the background. I think everything else is darker. So as long as I am doing that correctly, then it should be fine to lighten everything to get that to work. So what we're going to do, I'm going to try it with this guy, and we'll see if that works. I'm gonna change the tip of this a bit. Alright, so first one, I'm going to go out this way. And the next one, take right here. It's going to go down. These ones, so I think this is going to be where it gets a little strange. And specifically, it's on the background that my issue is. These all come out of this area. Which we're going to highlight up now. And I want to take this all the way down. More coming off from here, just going up that way. All right. That actually worked a lot better than I thought it was going to. I really like that, actually. One last thing that I want to do. All I'm doing here is I'm trying to wear this eraser down into a point. Because I want to go into these eyes again. Clear up the highlights on the face again. Okay, so this is, and for some reason I can't put it in the frame correctly, so we're going to do it sideways here first. I think we're about done. So there we go. I'm gonna call that complete. And right over here, I think. There we go. That is another completed drawing. So only 2 this time, not 3, because I did something that was a little simpler, well, a little less detailed, really. There was still a lot here that I was not prepared for. And there's a lot that makes this different than our source, which I'll show you again, so you can compare full source. There we go. So this is what we were working from. Akroma Angel Fury by Therese Nielsen from the Vault Angels printing. Obviously done in paint, full color. This one, well, it's a little different. One, my proportions need some work. It turned out a lot more stylized than I had thought that I was going to try to do initially. I decided to change a lot with the style, the wings, a lot of the shading. I went for a much more kind of drawn version rather than attempting to recreate the shading in pencil. A lot of the pieces are not the same, so up here, where with the sword, this detail is different. You know, these straps are different, the wings are quite different. I actually extended this down here, extended this over here. The hair I was not able to recreate, and so I just interpreted it. A lot of this filigree stuff here, which could use a little highlight. It was at one time correct. I've since just run my hand over it too many times. There we go. That filigree stuff there is actually totally just made up. It doesn't match what's in the drawing at all. But it follows the theme enough that you can't tell. So I think that this turned out reasonably well. I'm pretty happy with it, at least. I will get a picture of it that doesn't have the lighting issues that my webcam is having right now, and we will put it up on Tumblr, which you can see. It's Flamenair on Tumblr, Flamenair on Facebook, and Flamenair_art on Twitter. So thank you very much for watching along with me here. I appreciate your viewership. Let me know if you have any questions. Feel free to contact me. Have a good night.